Let's get them all started. Okay. So that's up. Oh. Wrong thing there. Why does it say I'm not live there, though? Okay, here we go. Hey, what's up, Space Case? How you doing? All right, let me do the Discord announcement. PJWT, what is that? Oh, awesome. Yeah, that sounds cool. TCM Security. I've never heard of them. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, I feel like the OWASP guides are pretty good. Or like the checklist is really nice. Okay. What's up? How you doing? No stop. We've had it for a couple months now. All right. So what I want to do is we're gonna get just right into the coding. No news scroll today. And yeah, I was on one yesterday. Definitely overdid it. What's up, Four Wheel? How you doing? Oh, you got a weather headache? Oh, I hate those. Let me do this real quick. Yeah, let me just do one quick auth thing. Okay, we should be good. Invalid union. Right, and that's what we were running into. They don't like the driver. Drizzle's own docs are wrong. What version of Drizzle are we using? And that's published as of just a little bit ago. Okay, so Drizzle Kit, Terso, invalid. Hey, what's up, Josh? Oh, I forgot to update the command there. You're right, one second. Oh, okay. So I don't think driver is necessary anymore. All right, no tables in database. Um, okay, so let me do this real quick. Let me double check what I have in my env.prod file. Yes, Terso database URL, Terso auth token. That looks right. Okay, so it's not reading the right env file. So .env is blowing it. Interesting. Well,
What does it do?
I don't want to copy these things in here. Yeah, I'm trying to push my migrations. Let me double check. Maybe there's a way to. Yeah, we could pass a different config file, but I don't want to hard code anything in just a separate config file. So I'm going to rename this env file. It's a little annoying to have to do that. I think that's all we can do. But I can actually show this again. So it's pushing to the right DB URL now. And hey, what's up, I Play Games? How you doing? I haven't been able to invalidate my tokens at all, which makes me wonder if they're even there. So maybe I have to do it through the CLI. Let me do this
Talk
real
to the
quick.
hand.
Okay, so I was able to invalidate tokens from the CLI tool. Interesting. Here we go. Let me clear some stuff. Clear buffer. All right. I'm doing good. How about you, Kratzer? Server returned to 401. But how? Hmm. Oh, and sorry, I just saw that. You had a graduate join your team at work, and you were the lucky soul to help them onboard. First thing they said was install GetLens. Nailed it. Hell yeah. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's one of the first things I installed too. Let me hide this again. What's up, FD? How you doing? What's up, Gardek? How you doing? What you up to? And let me clear the buffer. And hey, thanks for the sub, I play games. Dopamine Overload, is that a band? Have they fixed Terso? Um, I mean, as far as I can tell, no. I can't seem to do anything. I can't auth. I can't do it with DrizzleKit at least. I'm wondering, right now we're doing a dialect of SQLite. Oh, Terso is its own dialect. Oh, that could be a big part of it. Ah, that would be it. Okay, so the Drizzle docs are out of date, which is one big part of it. Okay, so we might be in business now. Starting to make mobile games. Sounds fun. Nah, I massively dislike WoW. It's just too grindy. But my weekend's good. How about you, Al Haji? All right, so we were able to get the snippets table and the users table. Why don't we see the migrations table, though? Okay. All right, so I do have to do one more thing. I have to copy this token again. Um, Here we go. I can copy and paste it from here. And I just need to go to Netlify now and edit that token. Okay. Let me copy some random things so I don't randomly paste it. All right. Now we'll try and log in. Error logging in. Server returned a 401. What whiskey have I been drinking lately? Um, Henry McKenna, just because I haven't gone out and gotten a cheaper one. I need to get some more Woodford Reserve at some point. So, yeah. Henry McKenna's good. Woodford Reserve might be a good option. I really like Four Roses. Oh yeah, yeah, that probably wouldn't be worth it. Whoa, 3 clips made already? What did I do that was clippable? Did I leak a key? Let's double check that actually. I leaked my whiskey brands. Hmm. Maybe they were just misclicks? But yes, since the drizzle docs are out of date, we could do that real quick. We could actually help them improve it. Because I bet the docs are open source. It's fine. I think it's the natural evolution of IntelliSense. They would need to do a few misclicks. You're right about that. Um, I mean, it's good for like the query stuff. We're running into just some like documentation issues with Terso, which happens, you know. That doesn't even look like the right doc. It's this part right here. Yeah, I could see that. I'm currently a developer advocate, but I've been a front end developer for, I don't know, over 10 years. The amount of years someone's been doing something is not a meaningful metric. I think we all know people who've been playing guitar for 20 years and still suck. There you go. All right, there we go. So we got those docs updated. And I just realized I match. I didn't actually plan that. All right, so hopefully other people don't run into that same issue. All right, so now we go back. The GitHub back button is broken. All right, here we go. So let's double check this part. There you go. That's a good point. Um, yeah, this part's fine. All right, let's get more music going though. All right, so now the 401 that we're getting. I guess it's hard for us to identify what that is. I'm also wondering. All right, so it's in this endpoint. Where do we think it's throwing? Because fetch doesn't inherently throw. It depends. Dragonfleas. Like, yeah, it just really depends. For this project, I'm definitely not like it's not large enough for me to split out the components as much yet. As it grows, maybe we do. But right now, our editor is massive, right? And our props are definitely not in a good structure, right? Like all this, that's pretty gross, right? This should be in a better type. And it should be managed with a store rather than individual signals as well. We can always improve upon that. But right now, it's about getting something that works. So yeah, this component being 1,000 lines ish is definitely an issue, right? And we can split it out and fix it eventually, but it doesn't matter right now. It's not important. I mean, Dragonfleas, even in like normal projects, you're better off building something big first before you get too deep into an abstraction, right? Premature abstraction is premature optimization, right? For just a different part of the process. Yeah, feel free. And yeah, what's up, M. Huggins? How you doing? Let me double check. Making sure I'm not missing any other comments. Cool. Exactly there, Dragonfleas. Yep. It's not Comic Sans, it's Dorama Sans. It's even better. Your ex-boss read clean code and he went balls deep with it. He had one specific situation where you get pissed off just by thinking about what he did. Yeah. There are some good things inside of clean code, but people who treat it like a Bible are some of the worst engineers to work with. Like, it's basically become a meme at this point. Um, right? It's basically even a meme for like design patterns. And there you go, Millennia. Hell yeah. Yeah, sounds about right, Jay. Yeah, Fizzo. Yeah. Yeah, one function per file is like a really bad pattern. But here's the thing, by breaking it into those four functions, did it become easier to test? Because there is something to that effect, right? By breaking up your functions, they become individually testable in an easier way. Look at it this way. Was he splitting out the things that have side effects from the things that are pure? That's actually a really good testing process. Is clean architecture a book, or you just mean clean architecture in general? Yeah, exactly. I play games. Yep. And like often, if you find yourself having to like mock the database connector or like the database abstraction, your function is, yeah, like way too side effect heavy. So instead, you need to pull out the things that have side effects and take out and have like the logic that's pure be testable with data that you're passing in. Yeah, exactly. If you find yourself mocking the database, that function is not a good function. Yeah. Like all those things with side effects should have been split out. Hey, what's up? How you doing, Nate? Tests remain the same? Yeah, that's just yeah. Again, there are some good nuggets of wisdom inside of clean code, but yeah, like treating any of those numbers as a rule, terrible idea. That's just he's just a bad programmer. But you'll find people do the same thing with like the Gang of Four like design patterns book. They'll read about a design pattern and then all of a sudden they'll create a reason to use it rather than assessing if it's actually the right pattern for what they're trying to do. Yeah, exactly. It's like anything, right? Most things taken to their extreme are a bad idea. Which is why I have to phrase it as most things, because I'm sure there's something taken to extremes that actually works. Yeah, exactly. Procrastinate? I haven't even begun to procrastinate yet. There you go. Boom. Extreme. Okay. Nice. Good job there, Nate. So we don't know where this this function is failing in prod. Right? We just get server return status 401. And that's coming from the libsql client. So we actually know that this is not a GitHub issue. Yeah, this is something to do with our token that we're passing to Drizzle. And I'm wondering if we just need to redeploy. Learning a new language. Number one, it depends on the language and how many languages you've learned. The more you learn, the quicker. Fizzo, it's basically because they want you to be able to do the DevOps job because they don't want to hire a DevOps person. Yeah, this whole album is inspired by Faltermeyer, the guy who did the soundtrack for uh, Beverly Hills Cop. No, no, and I get it. Yeah, yeah, devs should be owning the things they publish, right? But that's I personally believe that's because they don't want to hire DevOps engineers. Right? I believe Google made it an anti-pattern because they don't actually want to hire people specifically for that. Right? Because ops is a cost center, right? It doesn't create value, you know? And I'm not saying it's not beneficial to understand that stuff. I'm just saying I think the entire creation of DevOps as like making it the dev's job was done as a cost, like a budgeting issue, actually. You know, um, right? Because Google still has SREs, site reliability engineers. That's DevOps. It's a very specific flavor of DevOps, but it's still DevOps. So I would simply posit that the amount of knowledge you would have a dev know about DevOps is nowhere near what you would expect your SREs to know, right? But you still want them to be familiar to troubleshoot the easy stuff so that your SREs can actually go do the other things. I I think it's splitting hairs, personally. I would say DevOps is a much broader category, and SRE is a subcategory within it. DevOps as a term is created specifically for like the software management of operations things that ops people are no longer required to do, right? Because it's all software based. But there's still the need for ops people that can set up a rec, you know? So they needed to differentiate between the config wizards and the actual like networking and operations style people. And yeah, thanks, I Play Games. You didn't have to do that. Appreciate you. No, I appreciate it. But again, I'm not the expert. I'm just pointing out this is the way I think about it. So, and yeah, yeah, right. Like, yeah, Dragon Fleas. I totally get it. Right? You're a walking contradiction. Okay, so here's what I want to do. Now, hold on. Let's do this. Yeah, we'll make it the first, I don't know, 10 characters. All right. So we're going to push that up. And yeah, thanks again. I play games. Yeah, who got those? So yeah, Snowy, Nick Webbs, Galfy, Max Devlin, and Oguz. Oh yeah. And yeah, hold on, Dragonfleas. So you have a personal bias to wanting DevOps engineers to become software engineers or better software engineers because the DevOps tooling ecosystem is so weak in things that matter, like testability and, well, CI. The fact things like GitHub Actions can't be integration tested is crazy to you. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh, and we need to look at what Ollie did here. That's Microsoft's fault? Why do you think it's Microsoft's fault? Oh, the GitHub Actions thing. Hmm, I could see that. I think it's just kind of tough, though. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't really tried that much. It's possible, right? Yeah, they don't want to lose their moat. All right, so let's try this again. All right, so we definitely have a token. Oh, it looks like we needed to just do another publish, too. Yeah, running Act locally, but it's massive. It's like, have you looked at how big that thing is in your node modules, M. Huggins? It's not ideal. Okay, so I do need to hide this. So here's the thing. I think we're running into an issue of our token signing key being jammed into one line. I can show you like the first bit of it.
Give him an enema.
Because our token signing key works locally. So if they won't let us do multi-line strings in Netlify, we can encode it Yeah, we can encode it. And by encode it, we have to come up with basically just like a magic string that we're going to put where all the new line parts should be. And then we can just manipulate the string when we load it in to do our token signing. Ooh, base 64 is actually a nice option. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, instead of doing like the hacky like custom delimiter. I like that. Because yeah, base 64 can encode a new line character. Like no problem. JSON wouldn't solve this problem. Well, would JSON actually encode the new line characters? Let me double check this. Okay, yeah, let me just double check that. Or we could just do it this way. You're probably right. I just want to make sure. Yeah, it totally would. Okay. So yeah, it's either JSON or base 64. I think either way we'd be fine. I just want to verify this part now. Hmm. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for the Prime sub. I feel like yeah, this would probably work. Yeah. Okay. So let me do that then real quick. Do. Let me get more music going though first. But yeah, that's a great point. Hold on, here's my next question. Um, Okay. Let me just copy and paste something random. Let me close this file we just edited. Clear those dev tools. And yeah, Eduardo, it's from, the movie Hackers. The Gibson is like the giant mainframe. All right, and then yeah, Hackers was fun. Yeah, it's super campy. Okay, so it was. We have it encoded, but now it's no longer the right value. Yes, I work at GetKraken as a developer advocate. And what's up, Sarah? How you doing? Oh, and hold on. Another AI question. Better to focus on stuff like game dev? Your friends are idiots. Your friends are complete idiots. Sorry, I'm just gonna say it as it is. Like, yeah, your friends are not smart people. Again, Fizzo, 15 to 20 years of experience doesn't mean anything. We all know people who have 20 years of experience playing guitar that still suck at it. Yeah, Snoopy. It was originally called Hackers 2 Takedown, but it's not a faithful sequel. They just reused the name for marketing purposes. Yeah, that's like the Kevin Mitnick story, and it's definitely it's a good film, but it's not accurate. Right? They portray the security researcher guy as like some awesome, just like trying to only do good, blah, 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 when really he's kind of a dickhead. But it is one of the best examples of showing how hacking actually works, right? And most of it is social engineering. Like, I still, to this day, remember Skeet Ulrich's line, like, hey, this is Joe Frady from accounting. And then he goes off and, like, does the social engineering stuff on someone over the phone. Like, for some reason, that line still sticks with me, and I haven't seen it for easily 20 years. No, so here's the thing, Fizzo. He is likely easily replaced by AI because he stopped learning ages ago. It's one of the most common things I've seen. People with 20 years experience, but haven't really gone anywhere with it. Why isn't he like director level at this point? 20 years experience? Working in the same company for the last 10 years. Yeah, I wouldn't trust that person as far as I can throw him. And with my bad shoulder, I shouldn't be throwing anybody. Yes, that was a reference to Ferris Bueller's Day Off. Damn right. Oh, I must have missed it. Hold on 1 second. Yep. Hump. Yeah, automod's a bit strict, but it's worth it. I mean, you had the word hump and hard in the same like sentence. Yeah, definitely sexual. But yeah, it's been a while there, El Poeta. I almost said Mellow Man again. But yeah, I know it's Mayaman. Oh yeah, yeah, for sure. And no, this is not a game, Baxa. So I would say maybe check out the title. How do I remember that many followers' names? I don't know. How do I remember one line from the movie Takedown without having watched it in the past 20 years? Like, I don't know, man. Like one specific line, I hear his voice in my head when I think about it. You know, like yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's yeah. I will say like I think you can practice remembering things. Like I think you can fully practice and improve your memory with conscious effort. I come from a family basically that has always been like quoting movies. You know, my mom and dad have both been quoting Caddyshack, especially like Bill Murray's character's lines when he's talking about, golfing with the llama, big hitter, the llama, right? Like they both do that entire like spiel, you know? So when we're all done, I'm like, hey, llama, how about, a little something for the effort? And he's like, there will be no money here, but on your deathbed, you will achieve total consciousness. So I got that going for me, which is nice. The part they love talking about is like, and he shanks it into this ravine. And he says, Gunga la Gunga, no, Gunga la Gungla, or whatever. Like he corrects himself. And my parents love the fact that, yes, he's in the middle of this thing that he's totally bullshitting, that he still like pauses to correct his pronunciation of a fake thing he made up. Like, you know, it's like, yeah, it's really good. And yeah, what up, Mepew? How you doing? What's going on here? We're ranting, chatting, enjoying a good Saturday. Trying to get this deployment stuff worked, and I just broke it. My secret or private key is no good. I did something wrong in converting it. So now I have the exact same problem that we have in production because our value is not parsed properly. It's the token signing key for our JWT. We're using RS512, so we have to use an asymmetric key for it, which we have, but we're encoding it wrong, which is the problem. I think that might have been it. Now we'll need to generate a new one, but I at least want to verify that that was the fix. So yeah, one other thing to think about, not just bugs, the amount of code smells popping up because of AI is huge, as well as leaky abstractions. You hope most of the C programmers out there aren't using AI to generate C code. Yeah, right? Because it's trained on bad code, you know? Right? AI, why did you do this to me? And then it's like the meme, well, I learned it from watching you. And yeah, I wonder if there's even the case of like, yeah, if you trained it on GitHub as like the source of the code to generate more code, I wonder if like the majority of code on GitHub is actually like by beginners. Right? There's like more people getting into it than there are professional devs, right? Like good devs even. It is pretty close, yeah. Hmm. All right, so they still hate it. So that's not the fix. Yep, I am full on jippity. All right, so we've still got an issue with our .env file. Oh, I'm going to have to invalidate that client secret. Shit, I forgot about that. I got to go do that now. I forgot that was in there. Oh, let me do this real quick. Yeah, there you go. That's a good point there, Yumshot. Yeah, the perfect data set doesn't exist, so how could the perfect model exist? Yeah, it's a great way of phrasing that. Garbage in, garbage out. All right, so what I'm going to do then... CM grifting. Ooh. No, it's fine. Dragon Fleas, you're not the first person. I dared to speak out against Matt Mullenweg and the Rails guy in like a comment thread on Twitter. And I had a couple people already tell me that, like, call me that. Which they don't even understand. Like, how can it be grifting if I'm not making any money off of it? Yeah, DHH. Yeah, my comment was something like Ken Wheeler was like, "What's happening with the WordPress thing? I must be out of the loop." And my comment was, in 2 sentences, he prompted us to describe it for him. In my 2 sentences, Matt Mullenweg and WP Engine got into a fight. He made DHH seem reasonable. So, yeah, I get it. It was a harsher statement than it could have been, but I wanted to be funny with it. No. DHH didn't respond to it, but his fanboys did. And I'm not even sure that they were DHH fanboys because they didn't identify which part they were upset about. Me making fun of Matt or me making fun of DHH. Yeah, exactly. DHH has a couple good takes, right? I'll totally like agree with some things he'll say, and then he has just some other things that are just awful. Like his take on like, yeah, having to scale is a nice problem to have. I can understand that. That is a very nice problem to have, and trying to solve that problem too early leads to a lot of issues, right? Leads to a lot of cost and slower shipping. Like, that's a very reasonable take from him. But then he has some others that are just awful. But yeah, hold on. Let me. Okay, I did that part. Let me grab. Okay, I'm gonna exit out of this. Oh, I mean his opinions on like personal liberties and some of that stuff are just awful, right? He's fairly anti-trans, etc. And it's like, what does that harm? Like, let people be happy. You lose nothing by just not airing your terrible opinion about it. Yeah. Okay, so what I think I want to do here then. Okay, so we can go back to here. No, and again, like, here's the thing. Some of those guys are probably totally fine in certain contexts, in certain situations. Right? Just because someone has a terrible opinion doesn't make them a terrible person all the time. Right? Maybe Larobi. I'm not sure that the whole bad publicity is still good publicity, right? I don't think I believe that. More people know who Graham Linehan is for his terrible takes, but he also basically can't work anymore. You know? I disagree with that though, Larobi. I totally disagree with that. If the one thing they remember you for is the drama, then there's no getting away from that. Yeah, at some point you need to separate the art from the artist. I completely believe that. Yep. Yeah, I think separating the art from the artist can go wonky at times though, right? Like I'm still not sure which side I'm on when we consider something like this, where the author of Fahrenheit 451 had a very specific thing that he was trying to say with the book. And he stormed out and never gave a lecture again at a university class because the students were trying to tell him what the book meant. At some point, the art isn't the artist's anymore. And it's like how people interpret it is actually like the collective truth. I forget. Um, I I believe students were trying to tell him that it was about censorship. And I think, yeah, I'd have to double check. Hold on. Yeah, I'm trying to think about Ray Bradbury meaning Fahrenheit 451. Writing and development, publication history. Hold on. Yes. All right, I was lecturing at Cal Fullerton once, and they misinterpreted Fahrenheit 451. And after about a half an hour of arguing with them, telling them that they were wrong, I said, expletive you. I've never used that word before, and I left the classroom. So he may have given other lectures, right? This is good. They argued that the ignition point of paper depends on the moisture content and humidity. He insisted they were missing the point. So yeah, Ray Bradbury has stated numerous times that Fahrenheit 451 was not about censorship and or totalitarian government, but simply about TV turning people into morons. Right? So yes, they were saying it was about censorship, and he was trying to tell them it isn't. But at some point, the art is no longer the artist's. Right? By putting art out into the world, it becomes the world's, and their interpretation and what meaning they take from it can be very different from the artist, right? It's like the creator of GIF saying it's actually GIF. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I just don't care. English only, please, Mayaman. And yeah, this is what someone's actually pointing out, right? Once art leaves the artist's hands, it's no longer just theirs. No, it's a Spanish idiom. Okay. There you go. Yeah, that's a good phrase. I like that. So hold on. I want to look at .env and see if there's like an API I can use to load a second file. Oh, and it looks like end RSA private key needs to be on its own line. Okay. So I can use parse. Oh, but hold on. Let me hide this again. But the AI that needs it. There you go. Nailed it. Okay, here we go. I play games. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. All right, so I just want to verify this part. All right, so now let's fiddle with this and see if that works. Hmm. Oh, come on. All right, so then JSON dot stringify. Oh, god damn it. That wasn't what I wanted. Yeah, it was the wrong file. All right, so we'll invalidate that token again. Oh, parsed temp signing key is now empty. Okay, so here's the thing. We're just going to double quote the string. And we're going to do just regular /ns. Yeah, I think the JSON parse is somehow just not giving us what we want. But real quick, what I do need to do is invalidate this token, generate a new one. Um, yeah, we're gonna create a new key. I need to go update it in Netlify. Okay, so that part's good. Let's see. Yeah, generate a new key time. All right, that file is updated. All right, let me copy something random. I think that should be fine now. And yeah, I'm not showing that anywhere. Oh, hold on, wait. I need to post it into Netlify. I save that variable, and that should be good. And I should copy and paste something else. Close that. And I should be good now. Oh, what's up, Colton? How you doing? So now we're still getting this issue. Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah, that was a mistake. I have the order wrong. Okay, so I got to do this yet again.
Saddle up, partner.
Just a little break from work. Yeah, I'm doing well. Jeez. Yeah, I forgot how long these lines are. But I got to get to the end of this line to make a modification. And then let me edit it here. Okay, so we get logged in just fine now. All right, that was the fix. I finally got it. So now I got to do this one more time. Sorry. So yeah, the traditional flag was important. Okay, and let me double check my GitHub secret. Yep. Okay, so now I think I need to just do a redeploy. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? Let me message the gaming crew over here. All right, so here we go building again. Do we think it'll work? Trying to get Golang to run PowerShell scripts. So no, nothing fun. Yeah, that doesn't sound great. Shit. Thought I had closed that. Shit. God, messing with all these keys is so annoying. So now I need to disable that auth token. And yeah, sorry we're having to do so much of this, guys. Like, man, I will be happy when we are done dealing with these tokens. Okay, so that part's good. I need to clear that buffer. The rest should be good. Let me just copy and paste something random. There we go. And here's what I'm going to do here. Oh, and we can make this token last for way longer. Because, yeah, there's no, like, money or anything exchanging hands, so a long-lived token is fine. But let's do this. I want to see if it has quotes in it when we're parsing it. I think that's a fundamental difference with how the ENV vars are actually, like, surfaced up. Here in local, it doesn't have it, but in production, I think it probably does. Oh, it has to be a regular expression, though? All right, so we'll get that pushed up. Are we taking predictions on how many times I'll leak keys from here on out? Do we think it's 0? Do we think it's more than 0? And I mean, like, these keys. And while we're doing that, we can let this spin up. Not taking that bet. Yeah. Let me get more music going. All right, so we get logged in just fine there. Ah, shit. I should have tested it locally. All right, let's at least make sure that works. Whoa, what happened there? Yeah, exactly. All right, so has quotes 0. All right, so let's try this again. Now, I want to see if my hunch is correct that the quotation characters are actually making it through as part of the key. I think they are. I just want to make sure. And X Gallagher. Gallagher's X. Oh, man. You must be upset that his hammer gets more of the spotlight. And yes, that's a terrible joke. Like, really bad. Oh, and I missed another follow. B Santana Scalper. Like, you scalp tickets to Santana shows? It's a very niche profession you got there. All right, so let's try this again. All right, and we're going to see a failure. Oh. Interesting. Match all to array is not a function? God, So Netlify is on like an older version of Node, it seems. Match all Node support. So it should have been there. Uh, mm. Yeah, so we got to wait for the deploy to finish. What the hell? Is Netlify getting throttled? Oh, and I got a bunch of laundry to do. Shit, I forgot about that. Because I fly out tomorrow night. Wow, they're using PNPM version 7? Yeah, no worries, Sneaky. Doing all right. We're trying to deploy out the thing we're building. Uh-huh. Okay, so I guess node 20 is no good. So I see. So yeah, node 20 is still the LTS version. Once they get to 22, we should be good, but it doesn't look like that'll happen until the end of this month. Yeah, we're just running into deploy issues. So yeah, we have to throw it back to node 18. Then we got to figure out why match all isn't working in node 18 when it totally should. All right, so this should actually work and deploy out, but our match all is going to be a problem still. So if we can't use match all, let me double check. Oh, I think they do that on purpose. Right? Because they're expecting you to do like the code. Damn it, I can't. Yeah, try going through with it. Right? Like try going to checkout and seeing what the price is with that DevOps days code or DevX days. Because I think yeah, I can't remember. Like go ahead and just try it. Like you don't have to like go through with the purchase, but see what price you actually get when you enter this like code. Like see if it's actually like automatically there for you. Because I think the 9 to 6 is like a promotion that is like all the time. Page is blank when you click sign up. It doesn't take you to this like purchase page. It does take a second to load. Let me see if I can log in with GitLab. Ah. Oh, and I think okay, so there's definitely like a reason why they do that. Based upon the country you're in, the amount that you're going to get discounted is going to like change. So I think they're basically blurring it out to kind of like get you to go through the process and see it. So if you're in another country, you might see a different value. I'm pretty sure there's like a specific reason why they're doing that, Blair. Because, yeah, it's like up to 80% off depending on which country you're in, right? But yeah, thanks for at least like trying to surface that. So hold on. Match all versus match. All right, so I do need the /G. So match all brings or gives us an iterator. Okay, so I can just do match. All right, so that should work fine. Let's go look at our deploys again. And while we're letting this build, I can actually take a look at some of the PRs that other people may have contributed. I think that would be a good thing. Okay, so it looks like they did make the changes. And yeah, let me know if you figure out what the issue was with loading that page, because that's something we definitely need to know. And maybe check your dev tools as well, like see what's in the logs, because that's definitely something I'll want to pass on. And yeah, Monroe, are you out there? Ollie? Because yeah, I thought I tried to tell you that when you were here the other day. All right, so hold on. Let's look at the code over here. And where else am I doing drop down menu stuff? That's in header, right? No. It's not stupid. Don't feel bad about that. I do feel like I did mention it yesterday to use the one in solid, like in our UI folder. But yeah, that's totally fine. Don't worry about that. I do have two other comments here, though, or I think mainly this one, and I'm considering another. But yeah, so try and use the solid UI version. That would be the first bit of feedback. Technically, in this header file, since you're wrapping the modal into that like modal component, um, it'd probably be better to just like you don't need dialogue in this at all anyway, right? But then the other thing is this doesn't need to be a dialogue whatsoever because this could just be a button, right? Inside of the drop down menu trigger. And we have an example of it over on line 99. No, it's fine. It's okay. I thought I had said it, but totally fine. Don't worry about it. So yeah, and what I guess I'm wondering is, do we actually want to have the modal handling both of those things? Right? Could we just have two separate modals? Right? Because you've got your about, and you're doing this whole like prop stop modal type thing. I think it'd be better just to have two separate modals. So then what you could do is if you still want to have this abstraction for the modal component, number one, I would get rid of the one. You don't need the one for the name. And that's a bit of a nitpick, but I would still say it'd be nice to have it fixed. And then the other thing is simply, right, instead of doing this whole like modal type thing, right, split it out into two separate modals, but then your modal component would just need to maybe take in a title, and then the content here would actually be the children, right? So solid JS children. Right, so notice how they create this colored list component, and let's just solve it real quick. So in this colored list component, props.children ends up being the content that you want to put inside of the component, right? So you can actually make your component more like reusable rather than putting the content directly in that modal component you created. You could actually just have the content be injected. So then it's, it's more like reusable. So yeah, what I would do is I would say make your component have a prop for what the title should be, and you would use that as just props.title of the modal. But then you would also just have your children be inside of like the modal as you're generating it. Does that make sense? Because I don't like the idea of doing this like modal type check. I think it's a bad abstraction. Which is not to say like, how dare you? It's just more like we can do better. That's all. And yeah, I would say try and look at how I've done the dialogue component inside of the editor, because I think there's something off about like nesting a description within a description. Like you're probably looking for dialogue content somewhere. And I don't think this ends up being a dialogue trigger, right? So yeah, I would say look at how I've done the dialogue on the like in the editor component, which is a large component. So it does kind of suck that it's so big. Which I can definitely refactor at some point, but I would say don't do that yourself. Just look at like how I've done it. So if we look at my dialogue component here in the editor, and it's way down here. I know that is not ideal. So yeah, let's double check this. So yeah, like, yeah, I think a description inside of a description is not ideal. I've got Henry McKenna. Currently, well, I've got another one, McFarland's Reserve as well. I tend to have some Woodford Reserve on hand, just because it's good and cheap. Like when I get it at Costco. When I'm out and about and I'm trying to like, not spend too much, Four Roses is a good option. As long as it's like Four Roses yellow label rather than like, the fancy one. Yeah, that's a bummer. Yeah, I mean, Costco's are very much like specific. Like, the stuff that's in my Costco might not even be in a Costco just like a couple cities over, like within the same state here in the US. Four Roses is good. Depends on the Four Roses, though. Four Roses yellow label is the cheap one. Four Roses, like single barrel and whatever the other like fancy ones are, those are more expensive. Definitely worth trying and tasting at some point, but not like a good commodity whiskey. And yeah, Monroe, I really appreciate you doing this. I hope my comments aren't too harsh. I just think this is a good part of the process. Like learning how to contribute, take the feedback, and get a PR that we're both going to be proud of. No, no, no. Don't say sorry. That's part of the process. Like, yeah, don't feel bad at all. Yeah, it's totally fine. Right? Like, I could even just merge it and fix it myself, but that doesn't benefit you at all. So I'd rather help you understand this stuff better because it's better practice. Yeah. All right. Got me some more tea. I'm still sipping on the tea bags that were from yesterday. Yeah, exactly. So, all right. Let's double check on our deploy. That deploy does look done. Let me go look at this log. All right, so we know this is still going to fail. Error logging in, right? But what do we see in the log file? That would be the important thing. I'm having way more issues with Netlify than I was expecting. All right, so boom, has quotes too is our issue. All right, yeah, that should be a 0. So instead, what we need to do... and what's up, Alexander? What do I think about Svelte? I think it's fine. Like, you know, the difference between the frameworks doesn't matter as much until you start dealing with things like the libraries that are available for it. And that's where I think Svelte still has a problem, you know? Just like with Solid, right? Solid has to have hackathons to encourage people to build libraries for it, when instead, those libraries just already exist for React. So if you're trying to get things done, sorry, I need to glue together other people's libraries. If you're building something small where you can go without dependencies, then sure, build whatever you want. But yeah, with what I'm building currently in Svelte, or not Svelte, sorry, in Solid, I would actually not be stoked to use it for a larger application. Personally. Right? And it's not anything against Solid itself, it's about the ecosystem around it. Yeah, no worries. What bitrate? I've got it pretty low. I don't remember where I would see that. I think I've got it down around like 3,000, 2,800, something like that. I don't know if I can actually see those settings, though. Oh, I've got it at 4,400. Yeah, I think I used to have it lower. I can see what, like, the actual uploading is, right? But that's, like, your internet connection speed. So there's more data going over that than just the kilobytes per second value, or kilobits per second. Yeah, I probably need to work on some stuff there, Org. You're totally right. Right now, we're just working on deployment so we can get saving and stuff working. And yeah, hold on. Let me look this up. So, JS replace all in string. Let me just go look at the MDN. Yeah, okay, so we just need to add the -g, or the /g, which we have. Yes, so the database I'm using is Terso. It's my first time using Terso. I do think they have some bugs that we've run into. Like, I haven't been able to delete any keys from their dashboard, and I've had to use the CLI tool instead. The backend for this is very small. It's all inside of SolidStart, and that's hosted on Netlify. If I was building like a big proper application, then I would most likely just do like I would have a whole separate like API. But because this is such a small app, there's only like 3 or 4 endpoints. It's not worth abstracting. But yeah, I don't like how SolidStart does middleware. That's like the big reason I wouldn't use SolidStart for any like larger API stuff. Middleware is basically global. You can't actually assign it per route. At least last time I looked. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, Terso's kind of cool. Definitely worth checking out. One thing about Terso is that it's SQLite, and I'm less keen on SQLite because it seems like it's like some of the things it does, I'm not a big fan of as far as like database scalability. So basically, strings don't have an enforced length. So there's no such thing as fixed length text fields. I consider that a major design flaw. Well, I think what I'm just talking about right now is part of the issue. Yeah, every text field is a varchar. I consider that a major design flaw. So I wouldn't be using SQLite myself for anything that I care about because that harms your ability to scale. No, I just kind of did it anyway. Yeah, I like this hoodie because it's like fried chicken, you know? But yeah, then I just picked up the orange beanie because it was on the top of the stack. After I had put it on, I realized that I was matching, but I didn't actually plan it. Can you see the stack? Oh yeah, yeah, I have a stack of beanies. Yeah, yeah, for sure. Oh, you mean like a full of like the hoodie? Yeah, since we're deploying out, I got time to do that. Let me just look at the deploy. And what's up, Hell's developers? Looks good, right? Um, Wait, so what do you mean about the middleware? I'm using an ORM. That ORM is Drizzle, but yeah, like what I mean by middleware is like fetching the user for all like authenticated endpoints. I want to be able to set a piece of middleware so that I have that just available on the request rather than having to duplicate lines. Let me get some more music going so I can explain it. All right, so what I'm talking about is if we look at one of these backend endpoints, such as fetching snippets, at the beginning of all of these endpoints, there's this like boilerplate right here. I would much rather have that boilerplate abstracted out into a piece of middleware rather than just some function that I have created. So I called it middleware, but it's not middleware. But I would much rather have this be, you know, I'd rather have that be referenced as middleware for the endpoints and maybe do it for like an entire folder of endpoints or something. That would be a better experience for me. What I think would be really powerful would be if Solid had, like Solid Start, had some way of, you know, like you have your API here. Could I have like private or authenticated, just like have a folder that I create, call it like authenticated. And then inside of that, I would have maybe like the snippets and, you know, these like snippets things. OAuth is an unauthenticated endpoint, so that would be separate. That would be outside of it. But inside this authenticated, then having just a convention for like a middleware file, right? It'd probably be underscored. That would be massive. Then you just export an array or a function or something that then gets like loaded in for all of the endpoints within this folder. That'd be huge. Right? So I think they need some kind of like middleware convention for the API stuff. Something better than just global middleware that you configure. I forget where you configure it actually. Is it here on server? I don't know. We looked up Solid Start middleware at one point. Yeah, basically you just define your config and you just have like the global middleware prop that you can load in, right? Now you could do stuff in here for the global middleware to like, you know, only do it for certain requests, but then that's just, I don't know, it's kind of like, it's less ideal. Yeah. So, yep, that's currently my take on Solid Start. It's got some good ideas, but it needs a lot of like Needs a lot of like work, in my opinion. Yeah, exactly. The developer experience isn't as nice as it could be. But that's part of why they're doing the hackathon, you know? So, again, it's not their fault. Like, how dare they make something that's not fully done, but eh. And yeah, so Alexander, about hosting. I tend to do my APIs these days using AWS Lambda and a tool called Architect. So my larger, like, you know, self-contained APIs, I'm actually building with my own wrapper around Architect. The thing about Architect is it's AWS Lambda based, so AWS Lambda scales to 0. So if no one's using it, you're not paying any money. So yeah, I host my APIs on AWS Lambda. I find it cheaper. If you're looking for like really, really cheap stuff, check out using like Hono on Cloudflare Workers. Right? Cloudflare Workers might be a really good idea. They're basically free. You know, until you hit a certain level of scale. And then at that point, it'll cost you some money. And then, yeah, when it comes to like front ends, depending on what I'm building, like I never do SSR, right? Like just-in-time server-side rendering. I'll do static site generation for marketing sites. And I'll do just like client-side rendering for dashboard apps. Well, that is one of the nice parts about Cloudflare. They handle a lot of that stuff. But again, if you do get DDoSed, you may end up having to pay quite a bit. It's the trade-off. We had this discussion yesterday. It's basically you have to make the choice. Do you want something that can infinitely scale and your users can always access the app? That means that you have to deal with the idea of maybe having to pay more than you expected at one point. Or would you rather have your app stop serving requests once it hits that limit and users can't use the app anymore? In some cases, if users hit that, like they can't use it, they'll never come back. So you have to really think about like, what is your acquisition cost of new users? Does that outweigh the cost of like a heavy bill? And no one can make that decision for you. You have to decide on that for your application. Cloudflare has some stuff they can do. There's a little bit of lock-in with Hono just because of how it gets configured. So it's going to generate that like Wrangler file for you. That is very specific to Cloudflare. But Hono as like a framework is just, it's really nice and lightweight, and you can deploy it everywhere, but some of that stuff changes. Like your config files will be different, depending, you know. And yeah, that is one of the things that I am slightly regretting with Architect. Basically, Architect deploys every endpoint to its own Lambda. Whereas that's kind of been like pushed back on by a lot of people. Hono, the idea is that you just have one instance of Hono inside of a Lambda and it has all of your endpoints. And then they just scale it as they need to that way. I think the use case for individual endpoints becomes more prevalent when you start thinking about things like Rust that have longer compile times. So if you end up having to recompile your entire API for every change you make, that can actually eat up a bunch of time, when instead you can individually build endpoints using cargo workspaces. That would be nicer. Now, granted, you can also just do that with cargo workspaces to save some of the building, but you're still going to have to package all of those workspaces together because they're not individual things anymore, right? So your compiles, even with some caching, still end up taking a while to generate that binary to ship it up. So I think with languages like that have a longer compile time, splitting out into individual lambdas might still be a benefit. Right? Especially as your API grows, when you have like 70 plus endpoints, that's a lot to compile into one binary. Whereas instead, you can just bundle the one endpoint that you edited. Right? So your compilation times could go down. But okay, so we should be deployed out. That makes sense, Disdain. Yeah, I mean, optimizing compile times for Rust is still an ongoing effort, and it's still one of the major complaints people have about Rust, that the compile takes so much time. All right, so let's do this. Overthinking Rich, thank you for the follow. And 3K MMRR. 3 kilometers monthly recurring revenue. And yeah, thank you for the follow, Alexander. And Ali Kazai. Yeah, welcome. How y'all doing? Oh yeah, exactly. Good tools for decryption? Nah, sorry. And I think someone else made a, or had a question earlier too. Might have missed it. It was a while back. Oh, and Hell's Developers, recent finish to work. You're testing Expo 52. Nice. Yeah, any key takeaways or anything from it? I thought there was something else. And yeah, org 3. Yeah, I need to look at that for sure. We want to fix this deploy stuff. Howard, welcome. All right. Yeah, I think I'm caught up. Just making sure I didn't miss too much chat. Cyber Chef has been failing. Interesting. Let me do a hard refresh. Let's log in. Yes, we finally did it. Oh. So yeah, Netlify not supporting multi-string or multi-line strings in their env vars. Whew. That was annoying. Like, man. But we got there. We fixed it, and it'll probably be something I have to remember in the future anyway. So much better now. All right. Let me get some music going. And yeah, haven't heard from the gaming crew yet. No Algo, no comment from Acorn, no Robotic Head yet. Nah, like, there's always a way, right? Base 64 encoding would have worked too. And again, like, it's an environment variable, so who cares? But okay, now we can actually do the thing that we were planning on doing today. Yeah, I'm stoked to see that now too. And okay, yeah, let's look at the issue that you were talking about. So you were saying for the shadow. Oh, so I think what you're getting at is that this checkbox is actually no longer clickable. You have to like click the label for it instead. Was that the issue maybe? What was that? Org 3? Let me double check. And yeah, poetic. Don't feel bad about not chatting much. Like, yeah, totally fine. Lurking is great. You're not even following, so, you know, how could you like chat much? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. No, it's fine. I get it. I was just trying to coax that follow. Not a big deal if not. I'm just having fun. But yeah. Yeah, Org 3. Yep, I did have the name right. Yes. So yeah, I believe the issue you were running into is this checkbox is majorly flawed. And that is a solid UI issue, I believe. So since we're about to go like fiddle with that stuff anyway, actually let's do some of this. RM private key. Oh, you want to? Yeah, I guess we could put that out to another thing. I was going to try and fix it, but if you want to fiddle with it, yeah, we'll create an issue. Yeah, so maybe just comment on it so I can tag you. That way we know that someone's like working on it. Yeah, no worries. It's going to be in the editor.ts file. Or a .tsx. And then, yeah, like just shadow enabled is what we're looking for. So wherever that value is, looks like it's going to be up here. And to me, it seems like an actual flaw with the checkbox component from Solid UI. Again, this is a big part of the reasoning for why I don't think Solid and Solid Start are great for me. Like, because, dude, the largest solid like component library is Solid UI, and it has bugs this simple. That's a problem. That's a major problem. Could be something I'm doing. Keep that in mind, but man, yeah, major problem. Right? Like, it's a checkbox. It should be pretty straightforward. So yeah, I think Cobalt and Solid UI are tricky. And what I would recommend is if you figure out the fix for this and it seems easy and it seems like it's related to the code that Solid UI generated, right? That checkbox is actually in the components UI folder labeled as checkbox. If you notice something that you would have to fix inside of here to get it working, then I would say it's even worth making a PR to Solid UI. If you want, if the fix ends up being in here, you can make that PR or like to Solid UI, or we can just, I can do it for you as well, depending on if, like, yeah, I don't know. Might be fun to contribute to something that large, just to have it in your list. Up to you, though. But yeah, make a comment over here on this issue real quick, and I can assign it to you. Bueller. Bueller. There we go. Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so yeah, let me double check what we're doing over here. The fact that this didn't even work is annoying, so we can just ignore that. Oh, and hold on. Speaking of UI, you were really excited when you heard Chakra V3 was going lightweight styled components instead of their old heavyweight imported model. New components look exactly like Shad CN to the point of hilarity. Why is every library copying Shad CN? I think there's something really powerful about generating these components rather than making it like a forever dependency. It kind of like you lose a little bit of that when you have something like Cobalt at the base. But the idea of, I mean, yeah, this kind of defeats the purpose. But the idea of it just being React code that is generated for you means that you can build your own design system easier. And you're not dealing with like the dependency issue nearly as much. Yeah. I think the snippet based thing is like the most powerful part of Shad CN. When you talk about the design language, what do you mean with that? Like, are you talking about and they're not even doing it in here, which I find strange. Um Shit, what's the name of it? Class variance authority. I think CVA is really cool. The way the components look, yeah, I mean, everyone just when something is popular for design, a lot of people just copy it. Hence why so many websites look like the linear website now. Some of it's down to like user familiarity, right? Like affordances, which is part of the same reason why you still hear like the Wilhelm scream in films today still, right? Because yeah, people are actually like accustomed to it so much that it almost doesn't feel like a movie unless you have a Wilhelm scream in there somewhere. Yeah, the Howie scream and the Wilhelm scream are great. Like it's really fun once you recognize them, like what they are, and then you start watching movies again and you like see all the places they're used. It's actually kind of cool. But it's very similar to that. In a lot of films, gunshots are actually like the same Foley art that they've been using for like 40 years. Yeah, 24 frames per second is cinematic only because there's the user affordance of people assuming that it's cinematic, you know? Um, yeah, it was a long time before people started breaking that pattern. I think technically it was done for cost cutting measures back in the days of film. Now with digital, it doesn't matter as much. I think it was fully a cost cutting measure. You know, 24 frames per second versus 30. Like, dude, you're talking 20, you know, 20% cheaper films to record. And film is expensive. 60 FPS films. Didn't they do that with The Hobbit? I I don't remember if it was 60 FPS, but it was digital. I know that. Oh, it was 48. Okay. So it was a higher frame rate at least though. The least possible amount of film. There you go. Nailed it. Yeah, no worries, Disdain. Gemini Man? That was Will Smith, right? Where he's like, there's like a clone of him or something. Was that movie any good? I think the de aging tech is kind of interesting. You got the repo downloaded. Any extensions? Let me look at what I got. Yeah, like you don't really need a solid JS extension. Headwind might be useful for like Tailwind stuff, and then like the where is it? Uh, oh, interesting. So hold on, there's another Tailwind extension that I don't even have turned on right now. Has Super Maven been doing all of my Tailwind auto completion? Oh no, it's turned on. Yeah, Tailwind IntelliSense. So this one might be really useful. Just for like auto completing like Tailwind classes rather than having to have them memorized. Yeah, no worries. Like you may not even need it that much for what you're doing. You're just, you know, you're doing some just basic stuff. Like, I doubt you'll need that many Tailwind classes, but at least in the future, if you're dealing on, if you're working in a Tailwind-based project, it's a really, really nice extension to have. And also, like, the headwind for, like, sorting your Tailwind classes, I think is also, like, essential when working with Tailwind. I would say prettier. Prettier is also, like, essential. I always forget to mention that one because it's like, yeah, duh. But, yeah. So, prettier might be a good one to get. And the rest should be fine. All right, so as far as font settings go, and yeah, I'm surprised we still haven't heard anything from Acorn or any of them. Means we got time to keep working on this stuff. And yeah, because I'll be traveling Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I'll be back on Thursday because I'm going to have 3 days off this week, like in a row. I kind of wouldn't mind getting a little extra time in right now. So, yeah. If they end up not being able to play tonight, it's not the end of the world. And yeah, that might be something that's even worth like adding to the README. Yeah, if you notice anything about like setting up the project that isn't as good, like, that you would prefer to have documented somewhere, I say we could have like a contributing.md file in which, all those kind of things are pointed out. And that might be a separate PR, but still, like, think about things that the README might not be shouting out for contributions, and we can always add it. I think that's a good, like, healthy, like, open source mentality to be in, right? As each new person installs and sets up the project, how easy is it for them to get up and running? And each new person can actually add and contribute to that before even getting to like the heavier parts. And then it just makes it better for everyone else in the future. That's my favorite thing about onboarding a new dev onto a team, like when I was working at a job. New dev? Awesome. Let us know how bad the README is and help us fix it. Yeah, a dev VM to copy. Yeah, like a dev Docker container or something, for sure. Yeah, I used to do the same thing with Vagrant back in the day. Just like you just do a Vagrant up and boom, you got everything you need. Yeah, exactly, four wheel. Yeah, I was talking like closed source projects at every job I've had. Every time there's a new dev, that is the best opportunity to like evaluate what could be better about the README. And it's like it's easy for them to add that, like any problems they run into, as like their first commit. Like you can get someone, bam, first commit into the repo within like the first day of working, right? So yeah, like the velocity of getting their like first contribution. It's just good for the team, good for vibes. But okay, so what I want to do next is we're going to have some props. Oh, we're going to leave those kind of separate. I think BG color, we can then go here. We're going to do font size. That's going to be in pixels. Come on, Super Maven. There we go. Yeah. There we go. Font family, set font family. Okay, looks like Algo Bro's around. And hey, what up, gentlemen? How you doing? Not sure if you saw, but I got another person ready to join us for that comedy show. So that'll be fun. All right, so yeah, font size, font family. The color, that'll be down to the theme, but we do need those props. Let's see, Super Maven. Ooh, buddy. Boom. All right. Now we need to create that state. Yeah, what's a good default font? Liberation. Wow, that is a really, really long list there. call it default. Okay, Google font picker. Hmm. I wonder what I used on. Wonder what I used on Stream Parrot. Yeah, I don't remember. Your browser is really aggressive at offloading unused tabs. So if you haven't opened a tab for a while, the only thing in RAM is probably the title, the URL, and the favicon, right? Hence, when I mouse over, it says the tab doesn't even show like a RAM value because it's not actively loaded into RAM. So then when we click it, that's why you see that blank screen for a while as it's fetching that stuff from cache. And yeah, you're not the first person to ask. Video is very, very like memory intensive. So they're keeping in RAM the last bit of video, right? For caching purposes, I think. But also like chat's another hog of RAM. I'm actually curious. So yeah, 179 megs just for the chat. But yeah, so font picker React. I don't know if I care that much about the fonts there. Google font picker component. And yeah, we're probably not going to be able to find one for solid. No API key required. No dependencies other than React. 1600 plus fonts. Ah, pre-generated SVGs. Genius. Okay. So I might fork this and make a solid version. 1.4 gigs for you? Yeah. So you've been like moving around from like stream to stream. PNPM dev. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Twitch is not very good about unloading like data from previous tabs and like chats and all that stuff. Or not tabs, but like previous streams. So basically the garbage collector is holding on to way too much, and from time to time you may just want to do like a hard refresh of the tab to make it like start over from scratch. Like I've noticed like my chat here as we raid into other streams, like my chat will follow it. So over here on like the dev machine. So some days I'll come back and yeah, it's chewing up like multiple gigs just of this chat window. Like not even like the full stream thing. Yeah, exactly. Yep, they basically just don't unload data. But yeah, let me get more music going. Wait, really, Surly? What film was that from? Was that like a Sleepless in Seattle kind of thing? I thought that was just like internet like speak, like LOL. What film? Oh, okay. Yeah, this seems like where they're saying it came from. Huh. The Princess Bride? Oh, Jesus. Okay, Surly. You're not talking about the phrase LMAO. You're talking about the replacement that we do in the chat. Yes. Yeah, I knew that was from The Princess Bride. Yeah. Oh, man. Sorry. Yeah, yeah. You weren't talking about the phrase. You were talking about the image that we show. Yes. That is the iocane powder scene. You made one of the classic blunders. The most well known is never engage in a land war in Asia, but the second least is never go up against a Sicilian when death is on the line. Yeah, Princess Bride is a classic. It's a, yeah, fantastic film. I used to go to a dentist that would allow you to like pick a movie to watch while you're getting your teeth worked on, etc. For me, it's like while the laughing gas was kicking in, and I would put on the Princess Bride every single time. So now I massively just associate the Princess Bride with getting my teeth worked on. A little bit. I mean, that's a given. No, no, I love it. Yeah, yeah. I don't mind getting my teeth worked on. I need to go do it. I haven't been to a dentist, oh man, in probably like 10 years. I've got a broken tooth and everything. I have a molar that is actually like more filling than tooth, and I like broke off two corners of it. But it still works, it still chews because it's a solid metal filling. Oh, hold on. We got an unban request. Do we think it's the dude who keeps doing the follow unfollow spam? Oh, hold on, hold on. How do I make it go back? Back. There we go. That was annoying. That was so annoying. Hold on. Let me look at it. It did seem sincere. So, yeah, let me double check it. Oh, yeah. No, that's a good one. Hold on. Let me. And yeah. I think I was overly harsh on the original ban anyway. I think part of it might have been that there was already one. But yeah, no, you're good. You're good. I appreciate the yeah, I appreciate the authentic unban request. But all right, so yeah, we're gonna fork this. Because you know what? Yeah, we can always submit this as something for part of the hackathon too. Let's just double check that there isn't. Just try refreshing and you should be good. Oh, maybe I did block you. Yeah, 1 second. Ah, you were. Yeah, so I think you're good. It may have been because of the comments yesterday, like over in someone else's stream. Yes, PNPM is definitely a requirement. Good call. Yeah, so I don't want to do the Google API key thing. So yeah, we're definitely not going to be forking that. So yeah, we'll do this. Looks like we got some more chats over there. Okay, so Robotic Head is available. He's just mowing his lawn, so he'll be ready in a bit. Yeah, it looks like we're just waiting on Acorn. And what's up, Web3GL? How you doing? Oh, that is not what I wanted to open up. It'll probably be Pal World tonight again. Maybe Web. An account created 7 minutes ago is a little questionable, though. All right, so let me close that at least. And yeah, let's at least look at this. Uh, Tell us about it first. Like, I don't know, man. Something seems very suspect about this Web3. And what PC? So I'm using a Mac Mini. It's a 2014 Mac Mini. So it's 10 years old. I'm waiting for the new Mac Minis to be released. No, and I understand that. Can you describe the project? It's sometime next week. Yeah, they're not doing like all announcements on one day. They're going to like roll them out like piecemeal. So yeah, even Apple is doing like the launch week kind of stuff, which I find interesting. But yeah, Web3, like please describe it to us here in chat. If you really, really don't want to do it here in chat, you can always join the Discord server and send me a private message. All right, so this is some Cypress BS. Interesting. All right, so as we look at what they got going here, it does look like they're using just standard NPM. No, I'm not signing a confidentiality agreement. No. No thanks. If you can't even tell me what the project is, there's no way I'm signing something. Oh, hold on. That was a mistake. I should have done it for this. Oops. You're definitely trolling. All right, troll. Whatever you say. I needed that. That was good. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah. There's no way I'm signing any kind of like thing with anybody who can't even describe the project. Yeah, yeah, totally. I totally believe you. Because legitimate businesses totally go onto random Twitch streams to approach people for projects like that. Totally. Yeah. Legitimate companies do it all the time. Wink. That's like over 2 trillion kilograms. Sure. Uh huh. Yes, NVIDIA would totally go into a random Twitch chat rather than messaging someone on LinkedIn, right? Totally. If you want to chat, send a message through some proper channels. But I'm already majorly questioning. Like, dude. Yeah, I don't know, man. Sounds like a scam. Maybe it isn't. Maybe you're totally legit. But Twitch chat is not the place for that. And if you can't even describe the project to me before I sign something, nah, I'm not touching it. Not with the 10-foot pole. Yeah, that special kind of dev is classified as gullible. Right? Account created 10 minutes ago? Yeah, uh huh. Totally. Yeah, account created 10 minutes ago. Send me a message on LinkedIn if you're actually serious. Oh, 15? Yeah, yeah. I forgot how long we've been entertaining the troll. Oh, people are thinking Monday. I just saw that. Janhua. Yeah, for sure. Yep. Someone's prediction is Monday will be the Mac Mini and some accessories stuff, and then Tuesday will be the M4 Pro Max MacBook Pro. Wednesday, the new iMac. Yes, it's going to be an M4 Mac Mini. Yep. 16 gigs minimum RAM. I'm curious what the maximum RAM is, because, yeah, if you get a chance to max out RAM, you always do it. And that's fine. Again, Web3, I'm just telling you right now, send me a message on LinkedIn. Send me any kind of message, but I will not sign anything without already hearing about what the project is. If you can't tell me what it is without me signing something, nah. No, thank you. What's up, Chronic? How you doing? All right, so they are using Turbo Repo. I will probably want to make it a PNPM project, but we don't have to do that right now. Old fashioned and game time? Nice. You haven't played Pal World recently. You hit a point where you got burned on it. Have they improved the late game yet? Yes, there's like a raid on like an oil rig out in the middle of the ocean that is like definitely end game only content. Like you'll die within seconds of getting killed. Or you'll die within seconds of being like recognized. They got like machine guns and stuff that are like auto targeting. It's pretty gnarly. And it's really fun. Oh, I am in voice chat and live right now. I can hop out. And yeah, I'm thinking this is a task for tomorrow. No. Like I totally jumped into that chat just to like, if you guys wanted to chat while I was like wrapping up. I think now's a good time to wrap up though. Yeah, our next project, I guess, for the font stuff is we could fork this. Right? Like, I think that's actually a good project. Oh, disdain. I mean, I never run anything inside of VS Code, like command line wise. I just open up an actual terminal to do it. Yeah, I've never found value in like running terminal commands inside of VS Code's terminal. Nah, I'm not a fan. Yeah. But yeah, so what I'm thinking is this would be a nice, fun, like extra project to do. But for our focus tomorrow, we're going to concentrate on more of like an MVP version of a font picker. So we may still use some of the stuff they have in here, but your selection of the font will actually be from just maybe like, I don't know, 10 to 20 pre-selected fonts. I think that's just a better idea. So yeah, I like the idea of forking this and making a solid version, but that is something we can maybe get started next on Thursday rather than focusing on it tomorrow. So yeah, we're going to do a real like MVP version of the font picker that I still think is valuable, and we'll probably end up still trying to use some of the assets from this for like the pre-rendering. Like, you know, when you click the drop down for selecting your font, what do you see in the list? Like, that should still be like a preview of the actual font you're picking. I think that would be worthwhile. So yeah, that's our plan for tomorrow. And I'm going to maybe try and start earlier in the day because my flight is tomorrow night at like 9-ish, which means I'm going to have to wrap up stream by like, let's say 6-ish. So I might try and start tomorrow at around like, hopefully like 11-ish. So we'll start like maybe 2 or 3 hours earlier than normal. And yeah, we'll do a rare Sunday stream. So I'll make sure that I notify people. And yeah, so pay attention to the Discord where I will eventually send out the announcement tomorrow, tagging people to let them know so they don't miss and mess up their watch streaks. And yeah, let's figure out who we go raid. Oh, Leah's streaming. Hell yeah. Yeah, we're going to go raid Leah T Codes. All right, so people on YouTube and Algora and Twitter, I'm going to stop those streams. Thank you all for hanging out. We had a really good day today. Super fun. Definitely less fun than it could have been because we were dealing with like deployment issues and getting our keys going and all that, but still pretty good. It says raid created. I don't see it over in this window, but that'll be fine. Do we use a specific version of Node.js? I try and always run on the LTS version. So the current LTS is 20. I might be on 22 right now, though. So that might be my fault. But we're going to go stop the Twitter, YouTube, and Algora. Thank you all for hanging out.